Good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Not bad at all. How are you doing?
Pretty good. Went to a concert
Excellent.
last night, so a little tired.
Oh, what concert?
It was cold and Alien Ant Farm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, cold was pretty disappointing. I don't know. He was very like, I don't know, not very entertaining. But Alien Ant Farm,
Really?
like high energy the whole time. It was really cool.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm getting too old though. Now I gotta like recover. And I don't even drink, so it's just the being out late part. So
Right, right. I totally get that. That's for sure.
yeah, worth it though.
Hmm.
All right. Wayne will not be with us today, so just us. I was doing a bunch of refactoring before class on the code, and then I was like, you know what, this is probably good for you guys to see. So we'll do some refactoring together. And then I know Elizabeth, you said that yours was messed up.
Yeah, mine is definitely broken right now. I don't know what I did, but it's not aligning between the categories because I had different categories on my customized tracker. Not since I wasn't using the plain white tracker that we created as a class.
Yeah.
Um, and there were some just different settings in my index.js that weren't aligning. And so I've been doing my best to debug, but I'm afraid that I might have screwed some things up. So,
Okay. Let's do this then. I'll just share my code and just
okay,
maybe make a side project or something, and we'll just go off
okay,
that. And then if we have
okay.
time, we can look at that too. And 'cause it'll be good to just dig into a different code base and kind of see if we can fix it.
That
I will
sounds good.
chime in. Oh, I'm sorry. I was
Yep.
just going to say I will chime in as well. My code is also messed up.
Okay.
I don't know what my problem is, but I can't seem to get my things to go onto my table. So I am also you're not the only one, basically.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. I'll share my code. So I'll give you the server.js, index.js, and then I'll give you the HTML too, even though that should probably be fine. So let me do that. Get my code here. Move you all over there. All right. So index.js. And again, I was in the middle of refactoring this, so it's not going to fully work yet, but we'll do that together. Oops, oops. Index.js. Okay, there's that.
Should I put this into the current expense tracker that I've been working on, the customized one, or the initial that we created as a class?
Probably the initial one.
Okay.
That'll work. And again, if you need to just make a new, like a whole new project for it, if that's easier, you can do that.
Okay.
Just keep it,
I
keep it
did
clean.
get SQL, or sorry, not SQL, Supabase added to that one so that I can at least
Okay.
try to keep up today. So,
Okay, cool. All right. Let's see. Server. Okay. Server.js. And then okay, cool. Okay, yep. After y'all get that copied over, let me know and we'll dig in.
Okay, I've got it all copied.
Okay.
What and I'm already showing errors just within um my server.
Do you have your package JSON and all that in there?
Yes.
Did you do npm install?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it
Let
3000 or
me
3001?
Your
Ooh,
port?
good point. Let me look.
That's just where I was screwing up.
You're still getting errors, Laura?
Um, I don't know yet. Fixing my 3001s to 3000s. Okay,
Okay.
sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah. I'll let y'all work it out until you're ready.
I'm having to change mine to 3002 because neither 3000 or 3001 is working.
Yeah. And you should just have changed your E and V. Like it's the only spot. If you have an E and V.
I do.
Okay.
It's amazing how I can mess up a simple cut and paste. It's really something.
It's it's actually a lot harder than you'd think in coding and things because there's so many little nuances, you know.
Yeah, I just really, I'm something.
Yeah.
Okay, so can I share my
Yep.
screen? Okay, so these are the errors I'm getting here.
Okay.
After editing everything, let me change which screen I'm sharing. Okay, here's where I'm at. Let me,
Okay.
I changed my HTML. My ENV is set to 3002.
Okay.
Um, sorry, let me get to the top here. Do you want me to copy and paste what I have
No,
coded?
you can just scroll
Okay.
down. Yeah, just keep scrolling. Look at it here. Um, oh yeah, I forgot you have to change it in your fetches. So
Mm-hmm.
that's good.
That's what was taking so long to
Yeah.
get everything updated.
Okay. Yeah, jump to your server.js. It's and your server is running. Yes, I see it's running.
Hmm.
Uh, let's see. You have node modules folder, so that's good. Okay, you're in the right folder.
Oh, I have one here that didn't
Well, I mean that's just
change.
commented out, so
Yeah.
shouldn't hurt anything. Okay. Yeah, that all looks fine. Yeah, go to the very bottom of your server just so we can see that line there. Okay, you got your port. Good. Okay. Did you, let's see. Oh, did you start your live server before you started your other server?
I believe I started it after,
Okay. Go ahead
but
and
we
yeah, just
can
trash it and do it again. Let's see.
let's see. I think I had to go
Yeah, you
and
should be able to
close
click on
it and then go live again. Let me get that one.
Okay, so that's the latest one. All right,
Oh, hold
so
on. Yeah, that is the latest one. I was like, wait a minute, did I refresh that? Yeah, I did.
yep. Okay, so server not responding at expenses. Um, failed to load. Okay. All right, let's go to your server JS and the expenses route or endpoint.
Let's see.
Yeah, it should be that one right there. Okay. And let's
Is it
look.
the cores that we had issues with previously? Do
It
you
would
remember?
say cores.
Okay.
The thing there, yeah. I think it's just not hitting your database properly. Um, it's like it's written fine. Um, let's see. Go to your supabase.js. Okay, that's fine. And go to your .env again. Okay, so you have those. And are these the correct keys for the supabase that you're
Yes.
using? Okay. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. Let's go over to Superbase.
Let's, oh, why is it not letting me minimize here? Okay, let me share the other screen. Oh, sorry.
You good?
All right, so here is SQL Editor. What else do I need to show you for
Oh,
Superbase?
I'm still seeing your code.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hit the share button, apparently.
Okay. Go to the table editor, the top left there. Okay, yeah, you don't have any tables, so that's why it's not bringing anything
Oh,
back. Yeah. So you can,
okay.
well, no, I'm sorry. It's right, you have a table right there, expenses. You have
It looks like I
two.
have two.
Yeah. Okay. So
So
that,
probably need to delete that one.
yeah, get rid of that guy. And then this one should be fine. Maybe it was just getting mixed up with those two. Let's just try
It
to
might
refresh it
have.
again and see.
Okay. Let me, should I do NPM restart on
You
my,
should be able just to refresh your page
okay.
here. Okay. Still, this load expenses is gone. Okay. Why is it? So the load expenses function. Okay, let's go to the index.js and look at load expenses. See what's going on there. Okay, load expenses right there. Uh, on 104.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. Okay. Okay. Expenses ID. Needs an await async. Yep, that's fine. What is it doing? Okay, go back to server.js and yeah, go scroll down a little bit. Let's do, well, that was a lot of it. Back up. Yep. Um, yeah, up here, expenses.id. Okay, so this is going to load our expenses. So console log data underneath the query there before the if error. So like line 36. Yeah, console log data
Uh,
and error. So we can see what those look like.
And then add in the if error here, like it's showing, or,
You already, it already has it. So just do
okay.
another console log, yeah, with error. Yeah, there you go. Okay. And you're running Nodemon, so it should pick that up. So just refresh the page again.
Okay. And share that page again. Since it won't let me switch for some reason.
We're going to look at this terminal, so you can just refresh it off screen or on screen.
Okay. Sorry.
You're good.
Um, this is where we're at.
Okay, let's go look at your server terminal.
No.
Nothing new. So it's not even getting there. So, no, it is a get. That should be fine. Go back to index.js real quick, please. And it is a get. So what are we missing? Um, Scroll up to where we call load expenses. I think it's I guess we call it a bunch of places, but yeah, the event listener there. Excuse me. Are we seeing loading in our browser console?
Yes.
Okay, so we know it's getting in there.
Hmm.
Um, and are we seeing an error for load categories or just load expenses?
There is an error for load categories. It says, well, let's see. It says failed to fetch expenses at load categories.
Okay. Okay, let's go look in the load categories function.
Update.
Let's edit. Oh, maybe you don't have it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, this is probably our problem. Okay, let's go look at the database. I mean, sorry, the server.js for that endpoint, the categories endpoint. I think it's near the bottom. Right there should be. No, that's a
There's
put.
delete.
I think it's up above those couple.
Update category, read category.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's it right there. Oh, I bet are you seeing that or no, okay, so we're seeing query param in there, and then you're trying to find categories, which you didn't have a categories table. You only had an expenses table. So we need to add your
Mm,
categories table.
okay.
So I will take a screenshot of mine so you can see what it
Okay.
looks like. Dun. Okay, I just put that in Slack. So we can use that schema, which is what the structure of the table is called, and we can create your table. So you can go back
Okay.
over to Supabase and we'll write a little query.
Okay. So here is Superbase.
Yep. So go to your SQL editor, and it'll be similar to that. So you can just do change expenses to categories, and then you can leave ID alone, change description to name, and then get rid of category and amount. Delete those two lines. And then you can leave date and then add a user ID column on the end there. So you have to have a comma after current date
Oh,
there.
okay.
It would have yelled at you for it.
And then I add
Yeah, user
user underscore ID.
yep, exactly. And that's just going to be an int for now. So do not null and then I think just int maybe.
Is it INT?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, it may be integer. One of those two will work. And then don't have a comma
Okay.
there.
No comma.
Yep.
All
All
right.
right, try to run
And
that.
then I just highlight and run.
Yep. Doesn't like not null. Well, why not? Oh, probably because we didn't give it a default. Well, no, we didn't give. Sorry, we put the switch it around. It'll be int and then not null. Sorry, type
Okay.
and then whatever. Yeah. Okay.
Now let's run it.
Okay, cool.
Hey, okay.
And then if you want, you, well, let's go ahead and insert. So we'll have some categories. So just do
Okay.
insert into, and then what do you call them? Parentheses. Or no, I'm sorry.
Uh,
You're right. Yeah, categories, and then parentheses.
oops.
There you go. And then parentheses, and then we'll just do name.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. There you go. Comma, date, comma, user ID, underscore
Do they
ID.
need to all be within the
Yeah.
parentheses?
Yep. Yeah. With the insert into, the first thing you do is give it the columns, and then you give it the values. Okay. And then get rid of the comma,
Oh,
and then just say values.
oh,
And we have to
okay.
tell it what we want to insert. There you go. And then some more parentheses. And then so we want to insert is the name will be in quotes. You can do utilities. And then after that, put a comma and put now in capital letters, not in parentheses.
Okay. So comma now.
Yep. And then parentheses after it.
After now, do another set of
Yep. Yep. Just like that. Yeah.
okay.
So that's just a function in SQL that gets you the right now time, since
Okay.
that's the date column. And then user ID. So you'll go outside of that, hit comma, and just do one for our user.
User is one.
Yep.
Do I need to
Yep.
put like quotation marks
Nope.
around it, like utilities? Okay.
Yeah, because it's a int, so it doesn't need it. It's not a string.
Okay. And then run that.
Yep. What is it?
Column utilities does not exist.
Well, that's because we're putting it there. Um, what am I missing? Name, utilities. What? Should be fine. Um, do a select all after that. Just do select star from categories. Well, that wasn't helpful. Okay. Um, go to your table editor real quick. Let's see if, well, actually, there's another command we can use so we can just be really cool
Okay.
with SQL. Do describe categories. Yeah, run that. Yeah. Okay. Maybe it's because you don't have your semicolons afterwards. I don't think it's that
Okay.
picky, but yeah, put it on the insert in the select two. Yeah.
Which would you like me to run first?
Yeah, do describe. Let's see. It's so mad. What are you talking about?
Let's try the select and see if that one was successful.
Yeah.
I guess we'll give them all a try.
Real. Well, that's dumb. That should work just fine. Column, you're not trying to put a new column in. Okay.
Mm-mm.
Let me ask old Claude what the heck's going on over here. Getting an error. Oh, this query insert into categories. Name, date, year. Oh, single quotes instead of double quotes around utilities.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, freaking programming. Yeah, apparently it's a MySQL thing. So, which
Okay.
isn't even MySQL, but that's fine. Let's see if that fixes it. What the heck? Okay.
There it is.
Yep. Okay. So do that and do a couple more. So just change out utilities for transportation. And that guy.
Do I need to change the user ID?
No. We'll just keep it as
Okay.
normal, just to keep it easy. And then school supplies. And then entertainment. So,
Anything else?
other, and then food after that. I have way too many windows open.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Cool. So you got all those. Do a select all from your expenses table. Okay. So you still have category there. So we'll need to change that to category ID. Um,
Okay.
so do
Um,
so,
you're fine.
okay.
Just I need to do what?
Yep. So do alter table. And then whatever this table expenses, yeah. Alter table expenses. And then alter column. Actually do add column because it's going to give us flack if we do it the other way. And then yeah, category underscore ID. Let me bring mine back up here so I can look at it. Not you, over there. 1 second. Get this over here. Yeah, okay, so category underscore ID. Okay, run that. Uh, oh,
No, I don't need. Okay.
you got to
Is
tell
that
it
it?
what. No, we'll have to tell it what it is. So do put UUID next to it for its type. Yep. And then try to run that. Might work. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Now do your select all from expenses. And now we need to get the category IDs for these for these for the categories, and then we'll delete that
Okay.
row. So yeah, if you want to do just do select all from categories. Actually,
Okay.
do it in a new tab so you can go back and forth.
Okay. I was gonna say I need to
Yeah, there you go.
probably.
There you go. So yeah, just grab that ID from utilities, and then we'll go back and insert it in the other guy. You
Okay.
should, I don't know if it'll let you click in there. See, try to click in where it says null for category ID, like in the table itself. Well, it won't you
Okay.
have that?
For utilities.
Okay. Okay, yeah. I think if you're on the table editor, you can actually click in there and paste it, but that's fine. We can do it over here.
Okay.
So just do update expenses and then do set category ID. Equals, and then in quotes, single quotes, paste that ID you just grabbed, and then do where category equals, and then which one was that for? I think it was for utilities, wasn't
Utilities.
it? Okay, yeah, put single quote utilities. Okay, run that guy.
And then
Okay, and then go grab your next ID. Transportation. Yep. You imagine if you had like 100 categories?
that'd be awful.
Yeah, we would write a better script for this. We'd
Yes.
not do it this way.
Oh, what was that? That was entertainment.
Oh, I think you got a typo there.
Oh, did I?
Entertain. Oh no, nope. My eyes are deceiving me. You're good.
Okay. Okay. So now do
Yeah.
I need to do a select all from expenses again?
Yeah, go ahead and run that and let's see. They're all there. Cool. All right. And then we need to just get rid of that category table. So do for your alter table expenses on 15, just
Mm-hmm.
change that to I think drop column and then just category instead of all that stuff there. I think that should work. Cool. Okay. Sweet. Okay. Go to let me look at mine. I think you have to do the table deal. Um, where you relate them. Let me see. Let
Okay.
me see. The table. That guy. The table. Okay. Yeah. So go to expenses on the left, or sorry, go to the table editor. And then on expenses, the three little dots there on the
Okay.
next to
On
the word over there.
expenses.
Go to your left, your far left. There you go. See
Uh-huh.
the three little dots on that
Yep.
line? There you go. Hit edit table and then go to the bottom. And we're gonna add a foreign key relation. Yep. And it's gonna be on, yeah, click that. there. So it's going to be on categories. And then we're going to relate it from the category ID from expenses to the ID on categories. There you go. And there should be a save or something, maybe. Cool.
Okay.
Let's see.
And then save.
Categories, ID, categories. Yep. Okay. So that should be good.
Okay.
So now go back to your code and see if we got any more errors. Failed to fetch load expense still. Um, okay, let's go to the server. Okay. Oh, did that say load expense?
It says load expenses.
Okay, so maybe we have categories. If in your drop down when you click it, do you have categories?
Yes, I do have categories.
Okay, sweet. So we're getting there. All right. So our issue now is our load expenses. Um, so let's go up to where we get those and see. So that's our top one here. Okay. Uh, so are we hitting this guy is the question. Um, let's see. Let's go to the JS to our load expenses function, the index.js.
Sorry. Load expenses.
Oh, right there. Okay. Um, jump back to your web page real quick.
No.
You're getting a 500 error on load expenses from
Do you
106.
need me to refresh this?
Yeah. See if it changes anything. It did not. Okay. Okay. 107, 116. It's awaiting. Expenses. Okay. Okay. Let's go back to the index.js. Okay, 107. So the fetch is not fetching. Um, do you have the current oh, I wonder if you have the current user in well, uh scroll to the top of the page. Okay, we definitely have him or her. So are we setting it there? Maybe. Wonder if it's just that ID it doesn't like. Um, okay, go back to your web page real quick. And go to application, I think, in your console log over there. Yeah. And click on local storage and then drop it down and click on that guy. Okay, so you have your user. You have the one. Okay, so that's good. And if you said you do have categories when you click in the deal.
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right. Let's go ahead and just kill your server and start it over. See if maybe the connection just wasn't liking it. Did you kill your server.js?
I believe so. Let me make sure. I will go back and go back to terminal.
name. Oh, okay. You can just click on console if you want. We don't need the application anymore. All right, let's see. So localhost 2002. We're getting 500 error for there. Failed to fetch expenses. Okay. Let's go back to your index.js.
Here's 116 here,
Okay, so
which
it's
is the line that
catching, yeah. So it's catching in the try. Um, D. Right above line 107, console log current user dot I, or just console log current user. Let's make sure that that's not what's screwing us up.
does that look right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Oh, why did it do that?
You just hit tab. Okay.
Okay, and then do I
Oh,
need to
we
kill
have,
the server again?
well, we've got some errors in your server console down there, or your server terminal that might help us. So expense.user_ID does not exist. That's what it's saying.
Oh,
Yeah. So let's go wherever we're logging those at in your server.
um, in my server.js.
Yeah. Yep, right here. So line 38 and 39. So it's saying that your user ID does not exist on your expenses table. Column expenses.user ID does not exist. But that does exist, right? We did add that.
Yeah, we did on SQL, right?
Yeah. Mhm. Um, okay. Well, at least we know what the error is now. That's good. We just gotta fix it. So data is null, so you're not getting any data back because you're getting the error from Supabase. Um, do a console log right after 25 and just console log rec dot or sorry uh rec dot query, yeah, like it's saying there, rec dot params dot ID.
Okay.
Let's see, can you make your
Do I need to
server bigger?
restart my
Okay,
server?
no, it's fine. So it's getting one, which we're seeing where it says query param for ID one, so that's good.
Okay.
User underscore ID. Let's go back, look at your Supabase again, see why it thinks it doesn't have a user ID. Let's see. Um,
Do you mean to go back to the categories tab where it showed?
no, because it's the expenses table
Okay.
is what it's complaining about. Oh, wait, do you select all from expenses? Yeah, you don't have a user ID. I don't know where it went, but it's not there.
That's interesting.
Oh, because we put it
Okay.
only in categories table. That's why, when we created that table.
Got
So,
it.
yep. Okay, so we just need to add that then. So yeah, you can just do the alter table, add column. Yeah, add column, user underscore ID, and it's going to be a UUID for its type.
So after I do add column, do I need to do category?
Nope, because we're adding the user ID column. So
Okay.
user underscore ID. And then UUID next to it to tell what type it is. There you go. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Do int, because we're just doing the simple int. I forgot. There you go. Okay. Run that bad boy. Cool. All right, now do your select all. There we go. All right, now just do the update like on 18. Just change it to user ID instead of category ID
Okay.
and just set it to 1.
Come on now. And then remove where category need food.
Yeah, and you can remove the quotes on 1 because it'll be the number 1.
Okay.
There you go. It's going to say, you're doing the whole table. You're crazy. It's fine. Okay. Now we're cooking with gas. All right.
Perfect.
Now give it a refresh and see. Hopefully things work. Hey, look at that.
Yes.
All right. This is
Perfect.
good debugging today. Okay. So you got
Yes.
your categories, you got your table, everything's in there. Categories are showing up. Okay. I think you're good. Maybe.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay. All right, Laura, how you sitting?
Okay, I restarted my server and that helped things a lot, wildly a lot. I have one error about a listener. Um,
Okay.
everything is working okay. It's just mad about this listener thing.
Okay.
Okay.
You want to share real quick? We'll look.
Sure.
And it may sometimes there are these little listener errors that are just there.
Okay.
Um, but we can see if we can attempt to fix it.
Okay.
That's a weird. Turn on console insights. No, we don't want no AI help.
Yeah, I didn't mean to. Yeah,
That's
I
okay.
can't make that go away.
Yeah, no worries. Let's go. So just refresh your page just so we can start
Okay.
clean. Look at it. Okay, so error, a listener indicates asynchronous response by returning true with the message closed. Okay, so likely you have a wait or an async or one or the other somewhere.
Okay.
So let's go. So everything's loading, right? You have categories and everything.
Yeah, I have categories. I've got oopsies. Got where's my like this is all loading fine in there. If I say
Okay,
okay.
with adding. Okay.
Yeah, that's adding
Um,
it.
okay, let's jump to your index.js and
Okay.
see what's going on. See if we can find a little async await thing.
Okay. Index.js. Okay.
All right, so you're loading, you have your async on 104, your await on 107 is good. You're waiting your JSON on 111. That's fine. Go to your load categories.
New categories.
So our just a uh, tip, I guess. Our database or our code bases are very small, so
Mm-hmm.
scrolling through and finding stuff is okay. But
Mm-hmm.
when you get more than like 100 lines of code, Control F is going to be your best friend,
Okay.
just so you can find it faster, or Command F, whichever.
Oops. Okay. Command F. Okay. What did you tell me to look for?
Load categories.
Okay. Mm, categories.
It'll be it's a function, so it'll be all together. Yeah.
Okay.
You had a
It
typo.
would help if I spelled that correctly. That would be nice. Okay.
There you go. All right, so we got one there. Let's find where we're actually defining it at.
Okay.
There we go. Okay. All right, it's async, it's await. You have another await. That looks fine. Okay. Go down to or find the render expenses function. Okay, there's that. So we're not awaiting here, or asyncing, which we shouldn't need to. Scroll down a little bit. That's all fine. Keep going. Yep, yep. Okay. Yeah, it may just be one of those ones that just happens. Let me see if it's doing it in mine.
Okay.
Uh, let's see. Okay, I'll share my screen again. Hey, get out of here. Oh man, I got all sorts of errors on mine. Good times. All right, let's see.
Now it's your turn.
Yeah, y'all have to walk me through this.
Oh boy. How much time you got?
Right. Okay. Well, let's see what we got to do. So, what we have is we have a refused connection. So probably should make sure my server's running first. So let's see if it is. It is not. So that will probably help a lot. Let me cd into my server folder. npm run dev. Okay. Refresh. Look at there. Fixed everything. Okay. Yeah, I don't have the that one either, but yeah, it's not affecting anything. It doesn't seem to be, so it's probably fine
Mm-mm.
for now. And I
Okay.
on like my production stuff, sometimes it'll have that, and it's fine. Nothing's breaking
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
for now. Okay. All right. We are at a starting point. So let's see what actually works right now. So we have our categories loading, right? We have our expenses loading. I think we can add a category. So let's get some shoes. Or I'm sorry, add an expense, not a category. They're gonna be $31,000 shoes. Very expensive. Okay. Other. Okay. So it added my shoes. Interestingly, it added it below that one. I don't know why I did that, but I don't know.
Did that on mine too.
Did it? I wonder if
Mm-hmm.
that's weird. No, guess it's fine. It must
It's your
be,
date. It's organizing by date, I think.
you know,
Is it? No, maybe not.
595. So
59,
they're both
5955.
59. Let's see. Let's look at the code and see what it says. So, oops, that's not what I meant. Okay, when we do our add expense here, we give it our stuff. It goes over there, and then it's going to load expenses, right? So if we jump to that guy, I don't know if you know this, but if you double click on something and hit Control F, it puts it up there for you. So you don't have to type it in. Pretty nice. Expenses. Hey, okay, here it is. Gotta close that. Okay, so this is gonna go and get our expenses. So here, I think is where we organize it or order it. So our expenses / user ID, which is our get, which is here. No, we're not doing an order on it there. Oh, this is a specific expense. That's not the one. This is it right here, this guy. Okay, see how we have an order by date ascending is false. Um, but that's weird. Yeah, I don't, maybe it's just the way it is in the database. Um, it's fine. That I guess as long as it's by day, it probably doesn't matter if it's like this one was at 1 a.m., this one was at 3 a.m. or whatever. It's probably okay. Okay. Um, good. So everyone else, uh, that stuff is working for you guys. We saw Laura that yours was. Elizabeth, yours is working. You can add. Okay. Cool. Okay. Then our next mission is to edit, right? And so this is where a bit of the refactoring was going on. because when we edit, we've got some stuff going on as far as like we have to change the button to say edit, right? So when we hit edit, we want this to say update expense instead of add expense. Um, However, what our code was doing is as soon as we hit edit, it was running the form and trying to do the edit before it would actually updated the button. So I needed to change that a little bit. And then once we actually put our stuff in here and hit update expense, that's when we actually want to trigger it to go to the database and actually update that expense. So it's a two-step process, right? Like hit the button, hit edit. It's just going to change the button and put our stuff in here, and then hit update. It's going to go to the database, update the stuff, and then load everything back. Okay. So in order to do that, what I had to do was actually go ahead and remake that global expenses array, which we had got rid of that before. But we're going to need it because we need to be able to access that within the different functions that we're writing. Okay. So that was step one. Give me 1 second. Are you leaving? Okay.
Yes, I am.
Okay. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so yeah, so we added that, so we have that global expenses, all expenses variable that we can then access anywhere. So we know that, so in our load expenses on our page load, we needed to go ahead and set that global variable. So if I jump down to that guy, then right here I added this line. That's once we reach out to the database, get all of our expenses, it's then going to set the expenses that we get back here to that. It's going to set the all expenses variable to all the expenses we get back, right? So we're just reaching the database, grabbing it, updating it. And that's helpful because we're going to use this load expenses function every time we make a change. So that way we can make sure we have the latest stuff from the database. So on the add, on the update, on the delete, we're going to end up using this function again and again. So I made that change. And then to the add, I didn't change anything except for, I think this was already here actually, the load expenses. But yeah, we just need to verify that we are doing it there. And then what else did I change? We'll talk about the edit in a second. So we were using the just expenses variable, which is we were passing through to render expense. So I changed that. So we're using the global all expenses now instead of passing anything through to this guy. So the big change really is just instead of using expenses in a bunch of different places that were actually separate variables, we're just using one global variable that's going to get updated every time we update something. Does that make sense? Cool. Okay. All right. And I did put little notes everywhere that I did it. So when y'all are looking through, you can kind of see that. All right, cool. So any questions before we get into edit? Good. Okay. All right. So for edit, we know that when we click this edit button, we need to trigger a function, right? And so if we look at our code in our render function, get back to my render down here. This is what's making that table, right, of all our expenses. And so down here, this is the actual HTML that we're putting on in the table, right? So in this guy right here. And those edit and delete buttons are created right here. So this is our edit button. This is our delete button. So we need to call our function in our on click, and then so we're going to call the update form function. This is a new function I made, and then we're going to pass through our current expense.id. Okay. And so current expense gets set up here. We have a for loop where we're going through all the expenses, that global variable, and we're finding the one that matches. Or no, we're not. Sorry, we're getting them all individually. We're looping through, putting them all there. So we know that that current expense is whichever one we clicked on. So we can pass that through to our update form. One little note here, because this current expense ID is a UUID, we actually had to put quotes around the what's this called? Word escapes me, but the variable within the $ curly brackets, right? Because the UUID looks like 127AB whatever. So it was getting confused about, is this a string? Is this a number? Blah, blah. So we had to actually give it quotes to say, hey, you are a string. So it would know. I was getting a really weird error with that earlier. Okay, so when we click edit, we're going to call the update form function. So let me go down to it right here. And so what this is going to do, this is going to handle changing the button to update and then putting the actual data in the form from the one we want to edit. So initially, or the first thing it does is it's going to grab that button with our expense form ID, which is the one we created up here, this guy. And then it's going to update the text content to say update expense, right? And so that's what happens when you hit, let me refresh. Ow, why are you dying now? What did I do? Oh my goodness. Oh, did I kill my terminal? Yep. Kill my terminal. Okay, let's start that again. Okay. Okay. So yeah, so it says add expense. As soon as we hit edit expense, it's going to trigger that update expense function, change this to update, and then actually put the whatever was in this guy in the form for us right here. And that's what we see when we look at this here for our update form. We're going to change that again, change that text content to update expense, and then we're going to set our expense to update expense to edit to null because we're going to actually tell it, hey, this is the one we're going to update so we can use it in our form. We're going to loop through all our expenses and we're going to find the one that ID matches the expense ID that we passed through, right? So that way we can find that expense that we want to edit. And expense ID is what we just passed through to our form here. And then if the expense to edit, so what we were trying to find here, if it does not exist, then we're going to say, hey, that expense doesn't exist. But if it does, then we're going to actually update the form right here to have the description, amount, and category in it. Okay, so that's what actually puts whatever we have over here into our form right here. Okay, got that so far? Tracking pretty good. Okay. One thing to note that was kind of interesting, to get the actual category to show, we had to change the value to the ID of the category that we're going to show. Okay. So whenever you're working with drop downs or selects, there's always like a label and a value, or like a text content and a value. The value is not what you see. The value is the data that's going to pass to you. So if we look at our console log or our browser log, console, then categories itself is this object with the ID and name. So if you were to just put like here we have expense to edit dot amount, which works because amount is just a variable with a value, right? So it puts the amount there. This is not the right one, but roll with me. Categories has an object inside of it. So we couldn't just put dot categories because this would have just been blank because it doesn't have a value to grab, right? So we had to say categories dot ID so it could look at its list and find the one with that ID and then show the value there, which that's all done within a select, like it's built in. We just have to give it that right ID to know what to look for. Does that make sense? Good, kind of. Okay. Okay. So that's what we did here. We did expense to edit dot categories dot ID instead of like just dot categories or whatever. And I put a note here. Yeah, pretty much what I just said. So you can have that. Cool. And then we're setting the editing ID to our ID for our expense to edit, which this guy is what we're going to use in our form to determine whether or not we're editing or adding. Because they're both using the same button that we're creating here. So if we did not determine which one we were doing, then it wouldn't know if it was trying to add or edit each time. So I'll show you that. Let me close this guy. So if we go back to our form, that's our load. So the form is the same form for add and for edit. The way, again, that we are determining that is we have this if else here. And so we're saying if editing ID is not null, that means we are editing because we gave it an ID so that we could check that. If it is null, so if an editing ID does not exist, then we know that we're just adding a new one. Okay. And the adding functionality is the same as it was before. So nothing changed there. For our editing, we're going to validate just like we do with adding. So we make sure that our description is there, our amount and our category. And then we're going to call our edit expense function, passing that editing ID down to it so we know which one we want to update. Okay. So that's how we split out the editing into two functions. We have the update form where we're changing the name of it, putting our actual data in the form. And then once we click edit, or sorry, update, then that form is going to get triggered on submit, just like it did before. And then it's going to determine, hey, are you editing or are you adding? Cool. Following pretty good. Easily. Okay. All right. Cool. So now if we jump to our edit expense function, we're passing in that expense ID, right? Which we called editing ID here, but it's just the ID that we need. So you could have called it ID, could have called it, whatever you want. The point is that we're passing the actual ID for the expense that we're going to update. Okay. Okay. All right. So then we get into this, first thing we got to do is we need to get that object, right? That object that we're going to update. So we're going to loop through all expenses and we're going to find the one that matches the editing ID that we're passing, which actually this should be expense ID. This is about where I stopped when class started. So we can update this. So this will be expense ID. So y'all want to go ahead and update that as well. Okay. So we're going to find the one that we want to edit. We're going to set. Wait, why are we setting this? I don't know why I'm setting this. Okay. Let's see. So we're going to go through all expenses. If it's the one that we want, then, oh, Yeah, that makes sense. Um, does it? Hold on, I gotta think. Um, so edX to pass the expense ID. So we should pass the object here, I think. Let me see. Yes. Yes. Okay. So I'm wrong there. So like we did with add expense, we actually passed the data that was in the form. That's what we need to do here. So in edit expense, instead of passing the editing ID, we actually need to pass the data through. So we're going to update this. So this is in our form submitter. Okay. We are going to update editing expense to description, amount, and category. And yeah, because that's what we're going to grab from here. So that should be good. Okay. Let me know when you got that.
I had to find where I was at on my page. Can you repeat what we needed to change?
Yep. So under in our form listener, so we're
Mhm.
gonna change edit expense. We had category or we had editing ID here. We're just gonna pass in the actual data, description, amount, and category.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. So then when we're actually define the function instead of expense ID, we're gonna again get the description, amount, and category. Description, amount, and category. And then we'll go ahead and console log that off the top here so we can make sure we're getting our actual stuff. Description, amount. Well, let's do uh we'll just do 3 separate console logs. Description. Okay. Let me know when y'all are good. Okay. All right. So I'm going to jump over and see if it will work. It's not going to work fully yet, but see if we can get those console logs. Let me refresh. I'm going to clear off this. And so if I do edit, I should get my stuff over here, which I do. And then I'm going to just change pencils to pens. and hit update. Okay. So these are my console logs right here, my description, amount, and category. So the category is the category ID, which is good because that's what we need. And you can tell that it is the category ID because right here where we're getting it in our form listener, we're getting dot value. So we're not getting the dot text content or the dot name or anything like that. We're getting dot value. So remember, in a select, the value is going to be the ID or whatever you put in that spot. For some reason in the beginning, I just couldn't get that. It was a real weird graph because I'm like, if it's an input, just give me the thing, but it didn't do it. So that's why I'm harping on that a little bit. Okay, cool. So we're back in our edit expense function. We know we're getting the three things we want. We don't need to loop through and find anything because we already know what we're going to put in there, and we already have our expense ID because I think we have our editing ID because we saved that before, right? So we know what it is we're going to be editing, and we can actually console log that too, just to make sure. I'm going to throw it on here. Log editing ID. Since that's in the global state, we should be able to access it. So if I refresh again and I do my edit again, turn that off here. And change this. Okay, so yeah, there's our editing ID. So this should match our ID for our expense right here. So 478, blah, blah, blah. Yep. So we know which expense we're going to edit already. So we don't have to go through a loop to find it. Cool. So we can kill this loop. We don't need you anymore. Thank you. Goodbye. Okay. So now we're gonna hit our server, update our database, all that jazz. It's a good habit to create an object that matches your database columns beforehand, and you could really do this on the server side if you wanted to. But this way we're just passing one object instead of several things, and then it's already like lined up to go in the database. So that's what I did here. I just made an expense for database function, which is an object. The expense to edit is not a thing anymore though. So we need to do our editing ID here. So we can do editing ID and just don't need a .id. Description is just gonna come. Oh, okay. I see what I did. So I had that expense to edit on the loop, but I don't have that anymore. So this will just come directly from our arguments. So our guys right here, our parameters and our arguments. So we can get rid of that and just have amount. Date will be, oh, I guess we're not taking in date. Yeah, we should get date as well. So let's go back to our form here and our editing ID. So we're not passing date and they can't update date, but we need to get it from our global object. So we can do that too. So we'll do it in our function here. We can actually do it in line here. So we can do what's called a higher order function. So this will be good to know. So so we're going to look through the all expenses loop. We're going to find our expense that we're editing, which we can use the editing ID to find, and then we're going to get the date from it. Okay. So if you remember Come on, man. Our expenses look like this, right? So they have amount, category, date, description, blah, blah. So we need to get this date field. Okay. So we can say, look in all expenses. So we're going to say all expenses dot find. So find is a higher order function. So what a higher order function is it kind of takes um, some like lower level stuff like for loops and things and kind of bundles it together in a little package. And you can use it to just like extract stuff, right? And I'll explain that more in a second. So we're going to look through all expenses. We're going to find, we're going to say E, or we're going to say, let's say expense. And then we're going to do a fat arrow and then expense dot ID equals editing ID. And then we're going to do dot date. Okay. A comma. And I'll break this down in just a second. We're actually going to do that should be fine. I'm going to break it out into a separate variable though, just so we can look at it. So I'm going to say const date, or I'm going to say const expense date equals, and I'm going to take this up here, and then I'm going to just put expense date down here. And then I'm going to console log that. Console.log expense dates. Expense date. And I'm going to remove that comma over there. Okay, I'll give you all a couple seconds to write that down. You good? All right. So let's go over here and see what our expense date looks like. Over there, get rid of that. Edit. Update. Okay. So you can see here we got expense date and it gave it to us in a different format. But that's fine because database is going to accept it however it's going to accept it. Dates and times are a whole thing. Like they're very annoying. So we won't get into it too much, but eventually you will. And yeah, there's like 700 libraries trying to figure it out. It's just ridiculous. But it's good. So, but just so you can see, we're getting the date, right? And it's the correct date because it's 5/9/26, 5/9/26. Now, technically, we didn't have to do any of that. Since we're not actually updating the date, we don't even have to pass it through because this is going to be an update. It's not a post. But it's good to know. And then also the higher order function is good to know. So what this is doing, what the find is doing, is it's imagine it's like a for loop, right? And you're looping through all expenses, and then for every iteration, expense is like your all expenses with the I, right? At the I position. So if we look at where do we have a for loop at? Okay. So like this, like we're going through categories array. So every iteration is categories array at position I, right? So that's how your for loop works. So find is doing the same thing. It's just instead of doing the I every time, it's using the word category in this case, or expense in this case. So expense here could be I, could be whatever you want it to be. This is like that iterations of uh, of expense. And so we're using that, and then we're saying, okay, for this iteration of expense, look at the ID property on it, right? If that ID matches our editing ID, then we know that that's the one we want. So it's just going to give us back that record. And then from that record, I want to get the date off of there. So that's what it's doing. It's looking through, finding the one that matches, and then giving us back whatever we asked for on that. You don't have to add .date if you want to get back the whole object. You could get back the whole object. There's also filter, which is very similar, but it's going to give you back an array of whatever it is you're looking for. There's a bunch of other ones. There's a dot map. There's reduce, which is kind of a brain teaser. A whole lot of them. And when you get into React and everything, you'll use these a lot more. But note that you can do all of this with for loops, right? Like this is not anything new. It's just an abstraction away from like the primitive for loop. So it's just a different, faster, I guess, quote unquote, way to do it. But nothing wrong with using for loops. All my code in the beginning was like for loops within for loops within for loops. So it's ugly, can get messy, but it can get the job done. So, okay. One other thing to note about this is if it doesn't find what it's trying to find, then this is going to throw an error because it's going to try to get a date off of an undefined or a null object. So what we can do here is we can actually add a question mark, I think right here. And this basically turns it into a ternary. So if you remember those, it's like it's kind of like the if else statement, right? So you'd say like I'm just gonna put variable, stupid name, whatever, equals like let's just say expense I don't know, dot ID equals 1, 2, 3. So if that's true, then we're gonna let's just say we're gonna return true, whatever. If it's false, we're gonna return false. So this is the ternary, right? So we're just evaluating this thing here. If this is true, then we're gonna bring back the first one. If it's false, we're gonna bring back the second one, right? So that's ternary. Basic if-else statement, just in a line. Okay. And so that's by putting the question mark down here in the find, we're saying, hey, if this doesn't find anything, then don't try to get that date. Okay. If it does, then go ahead. So what we would want to do then down here on expense date, because we don't want to save like undefined or null as a date, right, in our table. So we would say if expense date is true, so question mark, then set it to expense date. If it's not, then we'll just have, we could do like a default date or do like an empty string. I'm just gonna put let's put empty string for now. It's fine. Or no, actually we could do new date like this, and that's gonna create a brand new date object for right now to put in there. Okay. So again, if this does exist, then it's gonna create or it's gonna use that date. If it does not, it's gonna put a new date. Okay, that was a little tangent, but a lot of good info in there.
I have a question about that.
Yeah.
Is the question mark, is it basically is that a catch or no?
Like a try catch?
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
it's more of an evaluator. So
Okay.
it's saying like, is this thing true? Or does this expression, like we did with the other one up there, does this expression, is it truthy? And if it is, then yeah, go ahead and use this. If it's not, then we'll go ahead and do this.
Okay.
And so in this case up here, we're just saying if this thing actually returns something, then we're going to go ahead and try to get the date off of it. If it doesn't, then just it's null or undefined.
Okay. Okay.
Make sense?
Thank you.
Cool. All right, cool. So the last bit of this guy, we need to change our category ID to get our actual category ID, which we are passing as category here, which is a little bit confusing, but it's just going to be category. We probably could have worded or named that one better. Probably named it category ID would have made sense. It's okay. We could put a little note. This is the category ID. Cool. All right, once you get that, let's go ahead and just console log our expense from DB. Expense from DB. So we can see what we're actually putting in to the D, or we're actually passing to the server, I should say. Good on that. Okay. All right, so let's go back over here and give a refresh. Clear that out. And edit. And okay. So expense for DB is what we just logged. So we can see now that we have pins for description, which is what we changed. And then we're getting all the other data as expected. The amount's still 10. This is our category ID for school supplies. The date is there like we wanted it to be. So our find did work. So that should work. So now go back over here and we are going to we're actually going to do our fetch now. So our expense to add doesn't exist anymore, or expense to edit rather. This is just going to be our editing ID. And that's just again, the ID from the expense that we want to edit, which technically, because we're passing it here and this is going to be the body, we don't necessarily need to pass it in the parameter. I mean, in the query param, but it's fine. It's fine for now. Just double duty. All right. So, just like with our post, we have to have this is a put, right? Because we're just updating. We're not creating a new one. We still have to have our headers and we still have to have our body, which we're stringifying because we have to pass anything over the wire as a string. And we're passing that object that we created, that expense for DB object right there. Cool. Okay, sweet. So we will hit our database and then get a return on that. I was getting that one error just because I had the wrong the the old thing in there. So this should potentially work now. So let me refresh and clear this and edit pins update. Okay, there we go. Pins worked. Sweet. So just to complete that flow, so whenever we do go to our database, we're going to expenses with our editing ID, or our server rather. Um, we're looking for our put this time. So our put is right here. So we are getting that ID in the query params. And then we're also getting our rec.body, which if we look at our server, we see here is our rec.body. So that's the little object we just made to pass along. We are going to our expenses table. We're going to do an update. We're going to update our description, amount, category ID, and date. If you were doing, I was going to say, yeah. So if we didn't pass all four of these, it makes it a little bit more confusing because you have to know, okay, which ones you're actually passing. So it is sometimes easier just to get that entire object, even if you're just changing one thing, just to kind of keep it consistent. Cool. Okay, so we're updating those four columns. We are updating them where or in Postgres.equals our ID equals that ID that we passed for that expense. And then we're doing the select single just so we can get back what it is that we're updating. So we could log our data here if we wanted to and see that. Data. And you remember that we get data and error back from our Supabase. So once we have that, we can have our server opened up here. We can go in here and see why it's mad. Okay, it's not mad. And we can just do another edit. So I'm going to edit my shoes here and make them a little bit cheaper, $31. And update. And then if we go to our server, we can then see this is the data we got back. So this is what we just updated. Okay. All right. Everyone tracking on that? Working?
I'm still getting an uncaught in promise error, similar to what you had before you updated the console log data.
Okay.
It's the edit expense.
Is it on the front end, the browser or in the server?
It says it's in the index.js.
Okay. Do you have your await? Oh, did you change the editing ID here?
Yes.
Okay. And you have
Oh,
expense.
wait, hold on. Mine's the try. Yes, I did change that.
Okay. And you have expense for DB in your body.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I go ahead and share. We'll take a look at it.
Okay. So here is The error says that it is at 133 here. But it also says that the HTML form element, it is the second line. It says it's at line 58.
Okay. Let's see. So all expense.find expense ID, editing ID, date should be fine. You are seeing your editing ID in your console log?
Yes.
Okay. Um, is it console logging expense data, or is that where it's in error?
Let me show you what it's consoling because
Okay.
it's different than what yours was showing.
Okay. Expense. Oh, I think you have date instead of data, maybe for expense
Ooh,
data.
okay. Let me look and see where I've got possible data accidentally instead of date.
Yeah.
Here.
So
This
yeah.
is
So you.
it.
Yep. Yeah. You see on 133.
Single typo.
Yep. That'll do it.
Okay, let me see if I can get that to. Yep, that worked. Thank
Cool.
you.
Yep. That's years of experience.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Laura, is yours working? Sweet. Okay. Awesome. So that is editing, updating, put. Um, yeah, it's a lot, but it's getting there. It's going through the whole thing. Um, editing is probably the thing you do the most, right? Because I mean, people are gonna like anything you can think of, right? You're gonna add your stuff, but then you're gonna go in there and probably edit it a lot. So knowing how to just grab the current data, do whatever you need to do to it, and then send it back or show it or whatever it is. Um, Pretty important. Cool. All right, let's take a little break, and then we'll come back and we'll do delete, and then we'll see how much time we got and what else we can get into. Yeah. So let's come back. Let's say like 12:10-ish. That works. All right. See y'all then. Right. Ready? Sweet. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of. Nah, I'm not. I was gonna get rid of some console logs, but it's fine. Let's see. I'm gonna close this guy. Okay, so for our delete, we're gonna have to do some refactoring, of course. So the idea will be that um, hit the delete button. It should like ask, "Hey, are you sure you want to do this?" Um, and then if so, then delete it, right? So to delete it, we'll need to pass the ID to our server, and then have the delete query hit our database and get rid of it. And then ideally some sort of confirmation saying, hey, it's deleted. Um, we'll see kind of how that goes. Oh, I have that listener deal that you had, Laura. Now it's showing up for me. So yeah, it's weird. I don't know why it's there, but it's fine. Yeah. Okay. So right now, if we hit delete, what should happen according to this code, we should see some console logs. Expenses does not exist anymore because we changed it to all expenses. So I'm going to update this console log to that. Um, when we call delete, okay, let's see where we call it at. Yep, so down here on our delete button, we are passing that current expense.id. So that's good. That's what we were expecting to get inside there. So these two lines should work. Let's see. So what this is for us to actually loop through and find the expense. And we set it to -1 so that if it doesn't find it, when we check it, we say, does it exist? If it's -1, that's a falsy value, right? So we'll say, okay, it doesn't exist. But since we're actually passing the expense ID, we don't need to look through our loop because we already have the ID. We just need to pass that to the back end and say, hey, delete this thing, right? So I don't think we need this loop at all. So I'm gonna go ahead and kill this whole thing here. And then yeah, kill this part here that I said no longer need. Okay. And then we'll just have to do our to-dos here. Oh, I have another all expenses still there. Okay, cool. So basically we have nothing in our function right now, which is good. Good place to start. I'm thinking about um, the pop-up to say, hey, do you want to do this? It's a little bit more complicated, I guess, than it needs to be. So we'll just kind of skip that for now. We could do an alert, but then we have to like get the data from the alert and this whole thing. So for right now, we just won't have that. We'll just say they're just, they're just doing it. Like if they hit delete, it's gone. There's no warning or anything. But in production, like you would definitely want something to say, hey, are you sure you want to do this? Whatever. Which maybe we can get into that if we have time after. But for now, we got the ID. We know we're getting the ID.
Did you delete the let index to be deleted equals
Mhm.
-1? I remember you talking about that, but I missed if you deleted it. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Yep. Yeah, all we got left is just really our to-dos and then our render expenses. So very clean slate. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and just hit delete to make sure we can actually see the ID in here. So let me refresh this and hit delete. Okay, I'm gonna definitely get rid of some of these console logs. We have way too many. Let me get rid of this current expense one. So I'm just gonna search for current expense. Okay, so I got it right here on 264. I'm gonna kill that console log. That's probably yeah, that's probably fine. Let's see if that cleared up most of it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So that was running every time we rendered, it was throwing that console log out for every expense. So that's why it was so busy in our browser console. Okay. Cool. So here is the ID that we are passing to delete, which should match this top one because that's what I just said, or that's the one I clicked on. It does. And then all our expenses are here, so we can see all those, even though we really don't need them, because we're just going to pass this ID. So this console log is pretty pointless as well. Okay, so going to go back down to my delete function. Delete. Okay. I'm going to get rid of this all expenses one just to get that going. All right, so now we need to make our fetch. So this is going to be really similar to our get fetch, because all we got to do is pass the ID, which we can just pass as a parameter. We don't need to pass a body or anything like that. So I'm going to go look at my my get here. So my load expenses function. I'm going to look at that and just basically copy this try catch from here and just put it on down in my delete function right there. I'll let y'all get that. So again, I just got it up here in our load expenses function. I just grabbed that try catch, put it down there in the delete function. Let me know once you'll get that copied. All right, good to go. Cool. Okay. So we will need to just change a couple things. So we are doing a get, so we don't need to oh wait, am I lying? I think we do need to pass delete. I don't think we need to pass the headers though. We'll try it. Try and find out. So we have our fetch here. So I'm gonna just add our function here, or our bracket here, our parameters, and I'm gonna say method. Method, is it method? What do we do here? Let's look here. Yeah, method down here. I'm gonna put delete. We'll see if it gives us an error. Because I don't think you need to put header. You definitely don't need to put body since we're passing it in the deal here. We're not going to pass the current user ID though. We're going to be passing the ID of our what we want to delete. So we'll change this to be expense ID like that. And change this little comment to say delete request. Delete request, which is probably self-explanatory, but that's okay. Okay. And then if it's okay, or if it's not okay, we're going to get an error. We're going to say failed to delete expense. And if it is good, then we should just get it. I don't know if we'll get back. I don't think we'll get back the record. We can just see what we get back here. We'll just change this to let's say JSON response, and we'll console log that. Okay, move that down. Console.log JSON. Oh, geez. Nope. Response. Okay. Okay. I'm going to comment out the bottom two here just for now. We'll mess those in a minute. And okay. All right, we good? Okay. All right, cool. So let's just mess with this and see if what it actually does. We should see our expense ID, which we saw before for our delete, and then we'll see if this works or if we get an error. So I'm going to go back over here, refresh. Oh, I already got an error. Let's see. What does this error mean? Or where should we look to see what's going on here?
In index, I guess,
Okay.
in 175.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, so somewhere around here. What was it saying? It said await is only valid in async functions. So that should give us a hint.
Oh, we don't
You
have
gotta add the
the
async.
yeah.
Perfect. Very good. We'll throw us an async up here. That should make that happy. All right. Good job. Good debugging. Okay, so now let me slide over here, hit delete. Okay, so we're getting an error. That's good. But we are getting the ID of the expense, right? So this should match this guy, which it does. Okay, failed to execute JSON on response. So what that means is when we insert or do our post or our put, we're going to get back JSON, right? Because it's going to give us back what we inserted so we can see it. The delete doesn't give us back JSON. It's just going to give us a, hey, I did it, or hey, I didn't do it kind of thing. So because we're trying to do the await response.json here, it's not going to work because that's not what we're getting back. So what we can do is just log our response here, or actually, let's go to our server side and see what's over there. So expenses for delete is here. Oops. Okay, so I'm just going to console log our rec.param, console.log rec.params.id. So we can kind of see, make sure we're getting that ID over there. And then we see what we're getting back. Params.id. Yeah, I'm going to pop my server up here just so I can see it and go ahead and go refresh and, well, why is it so mad? Okay, it's not mad. Hit my delete and then go to my server and see what it looks like over there. Okay, so rec.params.id, I'm getting a 507 number. That does not sound like, unless I click the different one. Oh, okay, so I clicked a different one. My bad. So yeah, 507 is the ID of what we want to delete. Okay, so we know that that ID is getting to our server. That's what we're seeing here. So now we need to just see if it deleted it and then what we're getting back from here. So if we do underneath the equals before the error, let's just do a console.log.data, not .data, sorry, console.log of data, so we can see what we're getting back so we can return whatever to the front end. Okay, so once we have that, then we can bring our server back up here. We can go ahead and go back over here, give it a refresh. Oh, I think it is deleting them. Yeah, they're going down. So I think the database part is working. So we'll see what, obviously we could verify that by seeing what we have and then deleting it and then looking at our database, see if it's still there. But in this instance, so we're going to delete nuggets. That's going to be the goal. So if I hit delete and then I go look at my database or at my server, so data is null. Okay. So it doesn't return anything when it deletes, which is not super helpful. But actually, that might be because of the headers. Because if we tell it to give us the headers back in JSON, it should do that. So maybe the delete needs the headers, just doesn't need the data. Let's try that. So let's do, just going to grab the headers JSON here and add it to my delete here. Okay. Okay. I wonder if it needs, let's see, does a delete right. Headers. Okay, so yeah, headers is necessary, body is not necessary. You can pass the body if you wanted to pass maybe the ID through that or whatever, but you don't have to. But headers, I think that's why we're not getting back our JSON is because we didn't have the headers here. So let's try that again. Let's go back to our code here, give it a refresh, and delete Taco Bell. And see, still getting back null there. Our JSON response didn't like that either. Why not? All right, let's see. What are we passing back here? Ah, okay. So we're not returning JSON. We're just doing a return.send to say successfully deleted. Which is perfectly fine because really we don't need to see anything from the database. However, we're not handling that because we're currently trying to get JSON. So I think if we can do response.text, I think, just to see what that text is. So let's see if that does more of what we want to see. So refresh, delete, there we go. Now we're cooking. Or at least we don't have an error now. Maybe you don't have to await it. I think you would have to await it. Let's see. Okay. Okay. What we can do to make this more in line with everything else that we're doing is just make it use JSON. So we'll change this back to JSON for our JSON response here. And then on the server side, we're gonna, instead of doing a send, we're gonna return JSON like we've done with everything else, to make it make more sense. So we'll do rest.status 204, which is fine, which means successful. And then we're going to do .json, and we'll make this an object, and we'll say message, and then the message is going to be successfully deleted. That. Okay. So then on Java or on our index side, now our JSON response should be that object. It should say message colon successfully, whatever. So let's go do that again here. Delete. All right, got it. Error. Love errors. Let's see what's going on. Response. JSON. We're waiting. Let's see why that's not working. It is definitely deleting them. It's just not returning it as expected. Okay, let me just excuse me. Put these in here. Syntax error. Oh, well, okay. Okay. So this is new for me. If you use a 204 error or 204 status code, it literally returns nothing. So there's nothing to show. If we do a 200, then you can return a message. So if we go to look at like uh, HTTP status codes, if we look at 204, it's no content. So there's nothing is sent back. So in this case, like we don't really have to have anything sent back because we could just make sure the response is okay. But if we want to send back a message to say, hey, it got deleted or whatever, then we could do a 200, which just means, hey, it's okay. We could probably like a delete successful one or something, but we can just do a 200. Um, so we can just change that instead of 204 here in our server, we'll just do a 200, and then we'll actually get something back. So now if we go again and give us a refresh and delete, there we go. So now you see our JSON response here is message successfully deleted. Cool. And so we would grab this and then like have a pop-up and say show the message, and then they'd be like, oh, okay, it was successfully deleted. Fantastic. What you got?
Mine did not work for whatever reason.
All right.
Yeah, mine's not giving me the message at all. It just says the JSON response.
Okay. So it's still empty here. Is what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah, it's still empty underneath JSON.
Okay. And you changed the 200 in the server? Okay. Did you change this to JSON instead of text?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you change this to JSON instead of text or send or whatever it was?
That's in the delete request.
Yep. In your index.js.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Whichever one
Oh,
you
wait.
want.
No,
Oh.
I changed the wrong one. That's
Okay.
it. I figured it out. Let's see if it deletes. It's giving me an error that says failed to execute on response. Line 190, unexpected end of JSON input at delete
Okay.
expense.
Yep. So that's what I had earlier.
Same.
Because it was because of the 204, but maybe it's different on yours. One of y'all want to share and we can check it out? Laura, you're
Or
having
are
the same
you,
issue?
Sharon?
I'm having the same issue. So
Okay,
it doesn't matter.
I'll let you share, Laura.
Okay, I will share. I can get my mouse to work here. There we go.
Okay.
Okay. Can you see that over
Yep.
there? Okay.
Yeah, let's go look at 182 on your index.js.
Okay.
182. Okay, so it's waiting that guy. You have your asyncs, that's fine. Okay. All right, let's jump over to your server. And 200 with our JSON. Looks good. Are there any errors in your server console or your server terminal?
I no, I mean I don't guess so.
Okay.
I mean this is a little weird, but um
But
okay, let me pull this
the
up.
thing on the
Sorry.
bottom of my screen, I can't see the bottom of it.
Oh,
But yeah,
you can't. Okay.
it's not your doing. There we
Okay.
go. Okay.
Can you see that? Is
Yep.
that weird? That seems weird to me, but I don't know.
No. So if you scroll up to your first Git, your expense Git,
Uh-huh.
yeah,
Scroll up to my okay.
keep or go down. So right here in this guy,
Uh-huh.
line 25, and if you go down a little bit more, you'll see that we're console logging. Uh, oh, it may even be in categories actually.
Oh,
Keep,
categories. Okay. Here's all right.
yeah, that's store expenses. Yeah, keep going down.
Okay.
Keep on going. Keep on going. Okay, so right here you see we have what are we doing a query param? Okay, not that one. Keep on going. Expenses. Keep going. That's our category post. Okay, keep going. Category. Okay, yeah, right here. So that
Okay.
console on 164, that console log,
Mm-hmm.
like every time you refresh, it's running that, right? Because it's grabbing the categories on every refresh. So
Okay.
that's why you're seeing that a bunch.
Okay.
So you don't need it. You could delete it.
Okay.
But just to know, yeah, it's not weird. It's there for it was there for a reason.
Okay.
But now it's just noise. So
Okay.
all right. Cool. Let's go back down to the delete or up to it, wherever it was.
Okay. Oh no. This is-
There it is. Delete expense. Okay, so we we have a rec.param ID there too. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. So it's A6 whatever is what it's trying to delete, which is probably doing. Rest.status is 200.json. So that should be fine. Kill your server and start it over again just for fun.
Okay.
Oh, npm run dev. It did
Oh.
it did work, which is
Okay.
fine, but yeah.
Oops.
Anytime you run something from the script, it's npm run.
Okay.
You
Should
just
I kill and restart or?
yeah, and you can just do control C.
Okay.
Like you don't
Okay.
actually have to trash it or anything.
Okay.
There you go. There you go. So
Okay.
I don't know if yeah, when you did start dev, it didn't actually run Nodimon. It just kind of started. So that was interesting. I never seen that before. But
Weird.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and go back to your page and refresh and delete one and see if that helped. I don't know if it helped.
Oh,
Okay.
that
Nope.
worked.
That
Look at that.
worked. Yeah.
Okay.
Weird.
Thank you.
Yep. Does that fix yours, Elizabeth?
I am testing it right now.
Okay.
Let me delete. So I still get a syntax error. It says failed to execute JSON on response. Unexpected end of JSON input at delete expense. Line 183. Um, but there's nothing on line 183. Is that in, let's see. That's an index. That's why. 3. Okay, I'm gonna share so you can see. Okay, so this is where it says that this is the issue.
Okay, let's see. So you have your weight and your async is good. And you're logging some stuff. Okay, let's jump over to your server. Delete status 200. Did you try just killing your server and start it over again?
I did, yeah. I
Nothing.
deleted everything and started over at the same time she was doing hers.
Okay. Oh, well, this is the delete categories function or route. So we're deleting expense, not categories.
Okay, that would. So do I need to, what do I need to change here? The
Nothing because, well, yeah, if you just change it to, yeah, categories to expense. Yeah,
okay.
because we're not actually deleting categories yet.
Mm.
Yep.
I don't think I need an S, right?
You can jump to your front end and see. I think it is.
Um,
Yeah, if you go back to your
on here.
index.js and look at the route you wrote. Yeah, expenses on
Okay.
176 again. And just a side note, if you ever do have to come in here and like fix what it is,
Hmm.
your server should be your source of truth because a lot of other
Okay.
things could hit your server and they need to know that route, you know.
Okay. Let me attempt this really quick so you can see. Oh, I'm gonna share the other screen. So if I delete, I still get this error.
Okay. Okay. Let's go back
Oops.
to um yeah, back to the server route real quick. Just make sure that's good. So we got expenses. Uh you need a slash after expenses.
Here
Yep.
or after. Okay.
Yeah, right there in the endpoint. Yep.
Like a backslash.
Yep. Yeah, so just like
Okay.
on 186, how you have the backslash before the ID.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So- Yeah. So it was literally looking for like expenses colon ID endpoint
Got it.
instead of expenses with the parameter.
And I will see if I can delete one. Hmm. You're gonna love this. It's still giving me an error.
Same thing. All right. All right, let's go back to the server, see if there's anything else we need to adjust there. Well, actually, go ahead and kill your server and start it again.
Okay.
So I think even with Nodimon, if you change the route itself, the endpoint itself, it may have to um, be restarted.
Okay, so let me clear it and delete.
Same thing.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay. All right, back to the server code. Okay, so we got delete, we got expenses and the ID we want. We're getting can you scroll up in your server terminal
I want to see if the rec.params is in there in the terminal itself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You good?
Um,
Yeah, down there. Yep. Me. So excuse me, rec.params.id. Are you seeing that if you scroll down?
no.
Yeah, so we're not hitting the route. Um, where is all of this that your console login coming from? Do you know?
Um, where all of what is it I'm calling this information down here on the terminal?
Yeah, yeah.
I believe it's in my seed. Maybe no, it would not be.
No, just search for
I
console log and you're fine there. We'll just clean that up a little bit. So keep that one.
Okay, let me start at the top here because we were at like number 9.
Okay.
So
Yeah, that one's fine. It's whichever
okay,
one's
here's
printing all.
number.
Okay, get rid of those two.
Okay.
We won't see those all the time.
And then we got rid of that one.
That's fine. We're not hitting that route right now.
Okay.
And that's a post. That's fine. We're not posting. We're not putting. Okay, that's fine.
Oh, sorry. Did you see
There
that
you
one?
go.
The data?
Yeah, you're
Okay.
good. And that's our categories. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's a put though. So no, that's fine. We're not doing that yet.
Okay.
I think it was just that first one, really. Oh, you know what? Just search for delete.
Okay.
I think you may have two of the same routes.
This has 12 results. Okay.
So
We
yeah, so
got
right here is our delete for expense. And the one you just changed down
okay.
there was the category delete. But you changed it to
Okay.
expense. So now you have two. You see what I'm saying?
So okay. Okay. So at the very bottom when we were
Yeah.
delete expense.
So just change that back to category, and then we'll actually go to the right one and fix the right one.
Got it. That makes more sense. Categories. So
Yeah.
let's see. And
Yeah.
then from expenses, do I need to change that to
Yeah,
categories
back to
like this
categories.
says?
Yeah.
Okay. And then
Yeah, let's just take it back to the top.
oop, right here.
Yeah. So this is the one we want. So yeah, just change
Okay,
that.
so this one needs to change to
Mhm.
200.
Yep.
And then,
Yeah, and it did the message for you, so you're good there.
okay. Anything
Um,
else that needs to be changed?
Nope, I think that's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want me to
You're
kill
good.
my server and then try it again?
Yeah, might as well.
Okay.
And you can just Control C if you don't want to actually delete the whole thing.
Okay.
And then we don't have to CD back into everything.
Got it. Okay. So clear and we'll delete.
There we go.
Yes. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. I just did too much work in the beginning, so you got all the extra routes.
Yep.
All right. Fantastic. Let me share my screen here. Okay. Questions on that? I'll go through it all again so you can see it, but it's pretty making a little bit of sense. Cool. Okay. All right. So to review, what we did was we have a delete button, right? Right there on each one of our expenses. We created that in our render down here when we created the body for each one of those, we created this table header and table data, which included the two buttons, the edit and delete button. So that's just HTML, right? In the onClick, we called the function that we wanted based on what we were doing. So for the delete, it's the delete expense function, and we're passing in the current expense ID that we want to delete. And then when the delete button gets clicked, then we trigger our delete function. And this again takes in that expense ID, and then we are running a delete fetch, passing that expense ID as a parameter, query parameter. Method is delete. We learned that we have to have the headers, don't have to have the body. And then it's going to go to our server over here and hit our route. We are going to run our query saying from expenses table, delete where this condition is true. So the ID in our expenses column matches the parameter that we just passed in, that ID. If something goes wrong, we're going to get an error, and we're going to return that error to the front end and say, hey, there was something wrong, and then whatever message we get. If it's successful, then we're going to return a 200 saying, hey, it worked, and give them this message, say, hey, it did get deleted. So when that comes back to our front end, we're going to have it in the response. We're going to check that response object to make sure it's okay. If it's not, we're going to throw the error and say, hey, we didn't delete it. If it is good, then we're going to turn that response into JSON, and then we are going to do nothing with it yet because we didn't finish. So now that we have it in here, right, we need to, like I said, we need to kind of tell the user, and then we need to repaint our page, right? Which I think maybe we're doing that already. Let's see. Yeah, so we're calling render expense here at the very end. So that's why it's deleting and going away, because that's repainting that page. We do also, though, need to update our global all expenses variable that we didn't do. If you remember in the edit function right here somewhere. Where did I put that? Did I not do it here? Let's see, return expenses, load expenses. Wow. Let me see. Oh, load expenses takes care of it. Okay. I knew it was happening. I just didn't know where. So yeah, load expenses will take the expenses we get back from the database and update that variable. So we don't need to do it in delete because the render calls load expenses, right? I think. Let's see. No. So we need to call load expenses. Do we do that in the not in the form? Edit expenses. Yeah, okay. So we need to call it load expenses, and then the render will do its thing. So we're going to grab load expenses down in our delete, and after everything is good, we are going to call it, and then it, I believe, calls render expenses. Let me make sure that's true. Yes, so it calls render expenses. So we don't need to call render expenses, we just need to call load expenses. Okay. Got it. And then that'll make sure the page gets repainted so we have the most up-to-date data showing on our page. Delete this guy here. Any questions on any of that? Pretty good. Cool. Okay. What else? So something that we don't have that we did have before is this total. Like we're not getting a total at all. So that'll be a nice little, give you like a 30-minute challenge. Um, so we had this function before, this get total function. Um, but and I think I mentioned this before, but I don't remember. If you're doing calculations, especially when it has to do with money, you always want to do them on your server. Anything that, so the front end is much easier to hack than the back end, because I mean, we could literally go in, to like Google. I'm sure I showed you all this before, but not cloud. Google. And like just get in here and look at our elements and find this thing and just delete it, right? So now like Google's gone, but obviously not for everyone, just for my page. But this, like, if your source is showing here, so if I move this over and look at our sources and we look at our, well, it won't work on here, but if we do it in our code, like these are our actual files, right? Like this is the stuff, the code that we've written. So if we had in here like a, way for them to like, well, actually we could really do it. If we look at our total down here, so if we grab our total, um, in our source, let's see. So if I look at my index HTML and I go down to my total, so I could change my total right here, right? So I could put like $100 and well, okay, it's not gonna let me type, but point being, a hacker could come in, right? And if your logic is in your front end code and it's exposed like this, they could like say, okay, my cart now is $0, even though it was like $3,000. Um, it's much harder to hack a server. Obviously not impossible, but point being to put the things that could be liabilities like on the server side. Make sense? Okay, cool. So that's what we'll do. We'll have you all make a route um, to your server, and it'll just be a get route. And so what you'll do is you'll make a get route, and then you'll make an endpoint on your server. So it'll be an app.get. So just like any of the app.gets we have. What you'll do is you're going to get back all the expenses for the user um, from your database, and then make a total. So make a total get total function where you'll actually like add up all the amounts, right? And then return that to the front end, and then display it where total is. Okay. It's a lot of stuff. That's okay. Work on it for like 20 minutes and then we'll do it together depending on how far you'll, well, we'll do it together regardless of how far you'll get. But so that'll be it. So start on the back end, make a endpoint. Okay. So it'll be app.get to your expenses table. So just like here. And then in here, from the database, grab all the expenses and then get all of the amounts, add them all up, and then return it back to your front end. Okay. And then on your front end, make a fetch uh, just like our load categories. So just like this guy. And then what you'll return back again is that amount, right? That total, and then display it in the total on the page. Got it? Don't be scared. It's gonna be okay.
Kind of. That
Okay.
it's a lot for my brain to comprehend. So
It is.
I may
It's
be
a couple
going, okay,
steps.
what's my next
Yeah.
step?
Yep.
All
Cool.
right,
I'll
we'll
I'll
get
write the
started.
steps out in Slack. But yeah, first step on your server again, just kind of make one of these guys.
Okay, can do.
Okay. All right. And I'll be right here, so don't worry. All right, how far did y'all make it?
Not terribly far, I would say. Maybe on and I'm not sure this is right either. I was puzzling over where to put the fetch thing,
Okay.
the fetch part. And yeah, so not terribly far. Like maybe step 2.5.
Okay. Did you start on the server side?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and share. Let's see what you got.
Oh, okay.
Oh, let me stop sharing. That'd probably be helpful. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, here's where I was wondering where to put the fetch thing, but I started oops. No, okay, your server. The fetch goes on the front end, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Um, all right. So add total of expenses. And I can so I kind of just pulled something I already had, and kind of
Mhm.
guessed that that was expenses rather than like, utility expenses or something else since we wanted all the expenses.
Mhm.
Um, and then I left pretty much everything else. And then I asked Claude because I had no idea how I would be adding this. And this is what Claude said,
Okay.
which seemed reasonable. Um, so I put that in there for now, and of course, and then I played around, and of course nothing happened, but it didn't break it either.
Right. Yeah.
Um, so then I thought, okay, so then I was thinking, all right, now I need to figure out where to put this so it knows to go find this. And so that's kind of where I was puzzling
Okay.
that.
Yeah. Definitely on the right track. As far as your endpoint goes, you
Hmm.
could, instead of just calling it expenses, because you already have a
Hmm.
get expenses endpoint, you could
Hmm.
have called it like get total expenses or whatever whatever you
Okay.
want. Just to know that, like, because it's a different endpoint than just the slash expenses.
Okay.
And you definitely could have done like slash expenses slash get total or something like that if you wanted to keep with that naming convention. But that's really up to you, whatever you wanted to call it. The thing is just make sure it doesn't clash with something else.
Okay. So should I call it like expenses dot total or something like
Uh,
that? Or
you could do slash total.
okay, slash total.
No, I mean you could do expenses slash total.
Oh, expenses. Okay.
Yeah.
What does the slash signify?
So that's the path where it's going.
Okay. Oh
So
God. Okay. Yeah. Duh. All right. All right.
make sure you put
Um.
your slash in front of expenses too, though.
Oh. Okay.
Yep, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah. So now whenever you do your fetch, you'll do fetch HTTPS localhost blah 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 expenses slash total. And then,
Okay.
then it'll know to come to here.
Okay. Okay. All
And
right.
then also I would recommend like doing some console logs in here to make sure
Okay.
you actually have the total that you want before you ever even touch the front end. Just to make sure
Okay.
you've got, your back end set up and you've got the data and everything else coming in. So,
Okay. Um. So should I put that kind of above this? Oops. Like
I would
here or?
do, yeah, right there. I would do a console log data. So you're passing your error. If you had an error, it would stop up there in your if.
Uh-huh.
So okay, it's not an error, so it's going to be my data, so I can look at that. Yep.
Okay.
And then as long as that looks good, then you can do your total like you have there with the reduce. So do you understand the reduce at all?
No, I don't. I
Okay.
was going to ask about that. What does that mean?
Yeah, reduce it's a tricky one. It still kind of hurts my brain a little bit.
Okay.
But what it does is it um, does this calculation, so the sum plus expense amount. It basically it loops over every instance just like the find did, but it accumulates the total, right? So every time it goes in, it's going to get the expense amount, add it to the total, go to the next one, get the expense amount, add it to the total. So like imagine a for loop would go through and just add them all up. It does that, but it accumulates it all back to the end to then get you that total.
Okay.
Ask Claude to explain it like you're three, and
Okay.
it'll probably make a lot more sense because it really it just hurts my brain still kind of understanding it.
Okay.
Um, and there's there's 9,000 ways you could have got the total. A for loop would have been fine. Um,
Okay.
yeah. So don't think like if that doesn't make sense, then definitely there's other options.
Okay. Okay.
Um,
Good deal.
yeah, but definitely a good start. And then yeah, once you, like I said, like console log total, and then once that's looking like, okay, I look at my database, I make sure, okay, that does make sense, then worry about your front end.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, Elizabeth, what you got?
So I was at about the same spot as she was. I am attempting to work on the front end of bringing it all together for the fetch at this point. And I went up to a different one to find a previous fetch function to make sure that I would create it correctly. And that's where I stopped. I haven't continued. I was listening and making sure mine was looking the same as hers.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I will keep going on it.
Okay. Yeah, keep trying for another like 10 minutes and then we'll stop and uh Derek may have some wise words for the next module and kind of wrap stuff up. And I'll put a completed version of that as well, like after class, so y'all can see it.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Keep chugging along. Oh, Laura, I guess Laura, to answer your question, where you put it at, I can help with that.
Oh, that'd be
Um,
great. Okay.
yeah, probably helpful. Let me share again real quick on that. Where did it go? Share. There we go. Okay, so if you're in, so you're going to want to make a new function, right? So just go ahead and make a new function just like the rest of them, and call it get total. And if you want, there is this one we have at the bottom here that you could use, um, but it is going to be more like uh, these guys where we're actually fetching. The one at the bottom was just a little helper. Um, But yeah, you'll just make a function. So just like this one, and then just add your fetch in here and try catch. And then once you get the total back, then you can worry about like actually using the HTML. But yeah, so you'll have a new function that you'll call later. So I think yeah, for now, just kind of make this new function. So just copy it very similar and just get the fetch working, and then we go from there.
Okay. I
That
shall
help?
do my best. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. Right. Oh, let's see. Um, okay. So let's see. Trying to jump ahead of myself. So what we're doing here, like what y'all have been doing, is like what I do on a daily basis, right? Like literally Express, Node, backend. Um, you'll learn React in the next module, React front end, but JavaScript front end. Um, like you could make a career with just this that you know right now, right? Just honing these skills, knowing how to, go all the way to the database, we can bring it all back, knowing how to write some SQL. Like that's that's the basis of it all, right? What Derek is going to teach you guys, and he can speak on it too, is the abstraction from it, right? So in software development, there's four key principles. We won't go deep into all that stuff, but one of them is abstraction, which is to take like this base layer stuff that we're learning and make it easier, quote unquote, I guess maybe, um, which you will not feel the first week with Derek, I promise, but it'll come. Um, but to abstract away kind of these lower level things to make it more intuitive and I hate to use the word easier again, but to make it more manageable, I guess. I don't know. It's probably a better way to put that. But yeah, this stuff, like you could literally go and like, get a job with just this stuff. Because you know how to go all the, again, front end, back end, database, the whole shebang. So it's very good. And y'all have done very well. There's a lot of times people at this point will be super struggling, but I mean, y'all are catching on, writing what you need to write, and asking the right questions, which is really the biggest thing. So definitely good job. We will have 2 weeks off. So next day back for module 4 would be, what is today? Today is the 9th. So 1, 2. So the 27th, is that right? So that's this week. That's this week. Yeah. Yeah. Right. 27th. Makes sense. I think so.
I think so, based on what we discussed earlier.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Sweet. Yeah, so we'll do that. Before I let Derek take it, any questions for me from you guys?
No, at this point.
Okay. Cool. I hope you're, I mean, obviously you're learning something, but I hope you're enjoying it as you do it. So cool. Derek, I'm putting you on the spot. I forgot to ask you beforehand if you wanted to talk, but you got anything you want to say?
No, I think we should expect I'll probably go ahead this Wednesday and release like, some of the reading material that you can start looking at before the next class. But I'll just say that like just everything that Brian taught you is gonna come together a lot more, and you'll see how it's used in like the modern technology, like the modern technology that we use to build, and the the more updated ways of building things, I guess you could say. But as Brian said 100 times, everything that we're learning is just gonna come together as we keep going on. And I think React and Next.js will be exciting things for you to learn. And it, like Brian said, there's some more. He said there's some more abstract things that we'll learn that we'll have to consider as well. So, but it'll still all be fun. Get you'll get to try new fun ways of doing the same things that you already done in a more. It's gonna almost feel like cheating to a point. So, uh, so we'll get to have some fun with that.
Yeah, indeed. It's again, like I said, the first week you're gonna be like, what, like this, what? And then yeah, once you get that little click, and then you're like, holy crap, like I have a superpower. So it's really cool. I will caution you though, don't forget this stuff. Like my first job was the React job, and I had not done React before. I had in my boot camp we learned Angular, a different framework, and my JavaScript skills were not very good because we only spent like 2 weeks on them. And so React felt magical, but I didn't understand it. I didn't understand it under the hood, like, oh, okay, this is a function, things like this. So that's why we harp so much on like get this down because then you can look at React and take away some of the magic and understand what it's actually doing, which then makes you that much more powerful to be able to kind of wield it how you need to and how you want to. So just always remember this stuff. It's so good.
Would it be prudent? Because my JavaScript is still, I mean, I feel it's kind of terrible still. And so would it be prudent to kind of use these 2 weeks to really hone in on that a little bit more and
Mhm.
get sort of ready, I guess, or
Yeah, I would definitely not stop building these 2 weeks.
okay,
Just
okay,
yeah, definitely finish out the get total thing, and then
okay,
just if we can try to throw some other ideas for the expense tracker on there, or just other things. There's plenty of videos obviously out there to watch. Um, but yeah, just kind of understand like if functions are a little weird or loops or whatever. Yeah, like honing that stuff is definitely going to help you
okay,
going forward.
okay. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I would say like if you really want to like practice and like get used to like orienting your brain for like solving problems with just with programming, I would say just think about like anytime you encounter something, like think about how it could be applied to programming. So like if you're washing your dishes, this is something like you can just spin up a quick like little small code base you can, and like something that you plan to never touch again. But like if let's say like for washing dishes, you can simulate washing dishes with programming. So you can have a program that where dirty dishes are stacking up, and then a function that does the cleaning, and then a function that does the rinsing and stuff like that. So even though it sounds a little silly, but these are things that you can actually do to simulate how you can solve even basic problems with programming. Because even doing that, um like I say that and like I say it's silly, but that would be like if you had a robot that washed dishes for you, that would be like the start of how you would go about like programming that robot, right? So you can apply real, like, even like I said, simple things like washing dishes to real life, to programming, I mean, if that makes sense. So
Yeah, that's a good one. Cool. Anything else? All good. Okay. Yeah, I'm almost done with the thing we're just working on, so I'll put it in the Slack. If y'all have any questions on the break, feel free to reach out. Um, we like doing this, so we will do it on the break. The payment link I think would be the same for the next one. They haven't really made that very complicated, so that's fine. Um, I don't think there's anything else. Yeah. I'll try, or I guess Derek, you're in charge now, so maybe you can send out a reminder when it's closer to class so we don't forget that it's starting again.
no, I definitely will. Yeah, I'll be keeping in touch and sending out everything to everybody. So
Cool.
thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah. Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you
Well,
guys.
yep.
See you in a couple weeks.
All
Yeah, see you
righty.
in a couple weeks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Do